Hello, citizens. Recoil here. How's your Sunday? Not too much banana in there, is it? See, it's a joke, like the ice cream. Anywho, not much really to talk about today, other than the fact that we're building a model kit of Gundam Maxter. And I got 5 Lego D&D minifigs. So I feel like that'd be fun to open, or I thought it'd be fun to open on stream. I feel like you can. It's got to, hold on, what's that count of banana that makes it so that way you die of radiation poisoning? E-A-N-A-N-A-S. Banana radiation meme. Yeah, if you got 400 bananas in your sundae, that might be too much. You know, because you just gotta eat all 400 bananas. Hold on. I gotta turn off the music. I know exactly what sound that is, because I reference that in my head all the time, anytime I think banana. It's from Donkey Kong 64. That one? That's the sound? I had that shit queued up. Come on. Anyhoozles, go ahead and just, also, hi Virus, how are you? I'm gonna go ahead and swap the seats. Okay, I teleported a little too fast. Actually, I feel like I should probably start this stream. Hold on, did it? Hi, yes, I'm a literal flashbang of a human being. So I have to actually come in here, look at the properties, configure the video, come down here to the point where it's like, hey, yo, exposure, bring it down a tad. There, look, you can actually see the bits of my fingers, as opposed to being suspect to the flashbang that is my skin tone. Actually, speaking of, I don't know if you can tell it on my model, but like I tried to put those little ridges on there to kind of like, they're acting like the little phalanges, but also I saw those on a lot of other hand guards. So I thought that, I don't know, I just thought that was cool. Anywho, I feel like, what kind of music do we think we're listening to today? Let's do ideas. Part of me wants to go in and put on like it's not uncommon to I feel like putting on like, if I had a Crunchyroll account, I feel like I would do that, but I don't. I feel like it'd be fun to put on like G Gundam Fighter while building a model kit from G Gundam Fighter. You know you're gonna have to put all those cats back in the tree, right, Virus? Come on. I really do. What kind of sound effect do you think should precede that? Because I'm thinking it needs to be something with like I feel like it almost needs to be an explosion sound effect. I don't think I would do that just because I can't, it would make my brain very upset. But hold on. We can do this. We got this as a display capture. I feel like there's specifically one Futurama scene where But there's like a whole bunch of. Wait a minute. Why do I feel? Are they doing the can? Hold on. This is how I actually go and rip sound effects for whenever I actually need to make something like that. Audacity. I have Audacity queued up as a essentially I have it so it looks for the micro. One of the benefits to how I have my audio split is I can set it up so that way a specific audio channel, i.e., my browser channel, is a microphone. So I can just hit the record button, go back over here, and then do this. And then we just let it repeat for a hot minute, and whenever I come back to listen to it, it should be properly cut. Or I should be able to properly cut it. And we're gonna, I feel like we let it go for one solid minute, and then we can trim it down. I think what makes it even worse is that it just never ends. I think even in the actual show, it doesn't end properly either. Yeah, so, and we just hit stop recording. And I should, wait a minute. Oh god, am I capturing the wrong channel? Oh god, I might be capturing the wrong channel. Fuck! See, welcome to Recoil's a dumbass who doesn't know or who doesn't have a degree in audio engineering for a reason. So I have to actually look out for cable output VB audio virtual. So now, cable output VB audio virtual. I gotta go re-record that shit. Let's see here. If I speak now, ta-da! Look at that. It doesn't bounce anything up. I kind of wish. Hold on. I can always loop it later. Now, is this technically stealing? Maybe. But it's really funny. Then we just cut this stuff here. And we cut this stuff here. And then we have our whole audio clip. Click it to make sure it works. Hello? Okay, so then where does she? I want to include the well now part because I think that's just funny. So where are you at? I think it's right here. And then I think we can cut this here. Let's see. Over here. I actually do not know how to aha. Da, da, na, 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 na. Control V. Now I should be able to. Ooh, wait a minute. Why did that clip weirdly? So let's see how that total sounds. Okay, wait a minute. That did not cut exactly the way I wanted it to. So I think it literally just needs to cut out this piece right here. And then that should make it loop probably really well. If I were better at Audacity, you know what? We'll just kind of Ooh, wait. I only want to fade it out for like the last second or so. Perfect. Fade out. Now maybe last 2 seconds. I know this was supposed to be model kit building, but you see, if you aren't aware, this is how my streams work. I get distracted. Where was it? Fade out, fade out, fade out. Perfect. Golden. Why don't we do? We save the, or we save that project somewhere in case I have to come mess it up or mess around with it again. Yes, yes, I'm aware. Cat seller. Also, so Naka, fun little thing. I added a new redeem called Catastrophe. It has no sound effects. It has no sound effects at the moment. So, we're making a sound effect for it. And then we export the entire thing as exactly. Then we export the entire thing as a .ogg. I think so. But then again, I have the brain rot, and this is what I do. So, you know, that kind of stuff. How are you doing, by the way? I know you're probably sitting here expecting model kit. And don't worry, we're getting to that. If I don't do this now, I'm not going to ever do it. So, you know, that type of thing. Then we can close that out. We can go here, here, And so now, whenever this button gets triggered whenever edit settings. So this button gets triggered whenever the cat celebration or the 100 times cat thing is done, right? And so all this one does is add 100 cats to the cat counter. What I actually need it to do now, though, is play a sound. Dude, that one's the survival crafting one, right? With the weird, I want to say SCPs, but I don't think SCP is the right term. Let's see here. This is what I want. Ah, cool deal. Commands were pasted? No, I want copied. There we go. Cool. And then, so, just paste that here instead. Weird. I mean, yeah, it is with the weird. If I remember correctly, isn't there like a head person with a camera for a head that you can then get to work in your little base? That just I can't imagine having that running around and being pleased. There we are. Cat celebration OGG.
Well now, this calls for a celebration.
Perfect. So, this should now play whenever... oh, wait a minute. I want this in the stack right around here. Okay, so now next time somebody... But that'll be a fun little celebration the next time somebody redeems Catastrophe. What was I going to do with this? Right, we're putting on Synthwave because we're model kit building, and that's not exactly a high stress situation. Although, before we get to model kit building, I got some things. I got a different thing. 5 mystery boxes of things, of minifigs. We like those. Technically, I bought 7 today because I was testing something. And the other 2 that I already got, just to help. These 2 were actually purchased as the like testers for it. Rev pointed me at an app on the phone, or on the internet that supposedly should predict what these minifigs are. And these ones were predicted accurately. So we got a Dwarven Barbarian. And we also got Tasha the Witch Queen, if I'm not covering her face. The inventor of the spell Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Which is actually it's really fun, because you spin her head around. That's actually my one big complaint for this minifig. The witch, or the hair, is built into the hat. But if you spin her around, or if you spin her head around, she's got a laughing face. And I don't think that's gonna focus. Let's see. Focus, please. I swear my camera is not great for this. And if you open up her spell book, that's not gonna focus either. Her spell book has Tasha's Hideous Laughter in it, which I think is pretty neat. I bought the $300 Lego set for the D&D stuff, which is why I really wanted these minifigs. They put a lot of detail into their D&D stuff, which makes me think that this is not going to just be like a one-off, you know? Anywho, let's get down to the first box, shall we? Because this still counts as model kit building, right? They're just really tiny models. I stood in the aisle with, so I told you how it was testing an app essentially to see if if it would correctly predict minifigs, right? And it looks like it already has at least a little bit, as we got a Mind Flayer. Honestly, Lego popped off with this mold. See if I can find a better way to, or some better method of getting it to focus. Doubt, but maybe. Let's check this out. Let's try this. Maybe if it's got some black on it, it won't, or it'll work. So we're gonna use, hey, that kind of actually worked. Oh my god, yeah, right? So we got our Mind Flayer right here. And here's the other thing it included. It included a little Mind Eater. You know, those little dogs, or those little brains that are essentially dogs. That are like Mind Flayer pets. So that's pretty neat. And that was definitely one of the ones that it predicted. So it's good to know I might be ending up posting. How the hell were you supposed to connect it to the... I've seen it connected to the base. I just don't know how. One moment. Am I gonna need a stud? I can spare a stud for this. I just need to know. No, they do not. But cool deal. So far, that prediction, I don't know how their prediction, or I can't tell exactly how the prediction algorithm works, but they have a QR code right there on the bottom corner since they moved to boxes instead of like little bags. And so it's actually really, that might make it so much easier in the future to get specific minifigs if you're in the know and you're wanting to do that kind of thing. Because I know people have tried that in the past and it didn't really work out. And I think the reason why is got to do with the automation of like manufacturing lines. And so what they would do, at least whenever it was all bags, is they had like a little punch symbol like on the bottom where they would just kind of like tick, 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 and it would basically be a certain set of dots on the bag to make sure that as the bag ran through automation, it was filled, or you had like an even distribution of all the minifigs, right? So that way it wasn't like, oh, here's one minifig that is more rare than the other. But the way, I think they couldn't do that with these boxes anymore. And so that's why they swapped to using these QR codes. So that way the or whatever the pick and place machine ended up, or would just end up doing its own, it would end up picking out the right boxes, essentially. Anywho, on to the second minifig. Who we got? Oh shit, it's Strahd! Strahd is a classic D&D villain. Well known for his one-shot adventure, The Curse of Strahd. He is a vampire lord. Basically, if you've ever seen the story of Count Dracula in Castlevania, that's his story. He's a vampire who has lost the love of his life and is basically being an emo bitch about it. And then decides to make it everyone else's problem instead of just dealing with it by going to therapy like most people should. I actually had an idea for a D&D bard who is essentially a therapist. And I don't know, I figured that would be really funny. That instead of like silvery tongue, or like barbed tongue or something, it would be, he would basically be like, so tell me about your father. And so and then whenever he's mocking, like he uses mocking words or something, it's less, aha, I'm making fun of you for that trauma you just dumped all over me, and more, now, do you think that part of the problem you might have is that you're expecting other people to make up for your own mistakes. And then by the end of the session of combat, they're just like a gibbering mess. And it's like, it's okay. I'll recommend you to somebody else to help you work through this. Somebody more local. In his hand, however, like a good vampire, Strahd comes with a glass. Yeah. I actually really like this mini. Comes with a nice sword, a nice glass, a cool cape, and on the back of his head, got some good old angry eyes. I wish that would focus, or I wish that webcam would focus better, but that's my own personal problem. He also comes with a rat. Oh, that kind of works. I also really like, this is actually one weird little detail. The panels that you usually set them on are usually blank. But they put little rock patterns on them for like the D&D-ness of it. I always like these minis that come with the like little side pieces. Like they usually all come with like a hand accessory or something, right? Like I've gotten like at least I've gotten at least 2 or 3 knights that all come with like sword and shield and stuff. One came with a mace. It was awesome. But the little rat, oh my god, the little rat has red eyes! It's great! He's a little vampire! Oh, I wonder if that's supposed to be Strahd in rat form. All vampire. You think vampires like being rats because it's just the exact same thing as a bat that can't fly? It's just like, oh well, I already basically got this one down. Come on. Next on the list. So far, we're 2 for 2 on predictions, though. So this could be if it works, I will probably be posting about it in the Discord. I still haven't found the right way to open these packages. The next up, we have an Aarakocra Ranger. Hell yeah. I actually was excited about the Aarakocra for this one, just because they did something neat with the legs, right? So they aren't normal leg shape or minifigure leg shaped. They're like, they go backwards is the weird thing they do. But other than that, I think they're also slightly taller, giving the Aarakocra definite height advantage over most other minis that I have. Plus, that's a pretty solid looking minifigure right there. Now, if only Ranger was a decent class. Especially because then it would give you more excuse for having a dog. Do you play D&D, Mac? I personally play as a gnome artificer. It's fun. But I gnome artificer's a little bit of an asshole though, so. Yeah, so I didn't know it was gonna be a Beastmaster Ranger. That's pretty neat. Like, always like getting the little doggos whenever we get minifigs. I tried to get my motherboard. She also really likes collecting these types of minifigs, right? And so one time for like, just as like a stocking stuffer for Christmas, I went onto Bricklink and ordered a dog, what I thought was a little dog minifigure about that size, right? No. When it came in, apparently Lego used to have a size category for like mini dolls. And so apparently I ordered a doll-sized dog. And it was just, so like, what was supposed to be a cute little black dog, oop, there we go, ended up being the like Clifford, the big black dog, essentially. Oh hell yeah! This is okay. So this is the one that I needed to use the scanner for because this was the one I actually wanted. Oh my god, that was a nice pearlescence to the mace. This is a Dragonborn Barbarian. They made a whole new set of armor piece for him, and it looks super cool. And I'm a sucker for armor because I know I just said I play an artificer. Oh my god. Yes, and it is so many parts, but that's just because the mace has to be complex for some reason. Mostly because they decided to make it cool. And plus, if you think this is so many parts, wait till you see the actual model kit that we're building. Yeah, so that's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Let's take the mace, or you take the haft of the mace, put it through the golden there, and then you take this, and I like this little chain. They got a little dangly doodad that you put on the bottom of the mace that I think is really neat. Now, am I going to get rid of the mace and give him a sword instead because swords are better than maces? Probably. But that's just like my own personal preference. Swords are so much cooler. I don't... Actually, I think that... No, that's actually a mace. It's not a Morning Star. Yo, wait, I don't... It's a shame that... Hold on. This printing on his chest... In focus. There we are. It's a shame that the printing on his chest is going to be hidden by his armor for the most part. It's like... That's rad, and it's really well detailed. But thankfully they made up for it by giving his armor a really nice set of details too. Hell yeah. I've actually, I know I just said I have the Lego D&D set, but I haven't built the dragon yet. Simply for the fact that I wanted to get the Dragonborn first. So that way it was like he was on an adventure to go fight his kin. Oh my god. I love that so much. And I know you can't tell it via the like webcam. But the mace tip is a clear plastic, but it's not straight up clear. It's like it's a shiny pearlescent clear, and I like it a lot. I am so glad I swear to God I stood in the aisle scanning minifigure packages for like 20 minutes to find one Dragonborn Barbarian. Not Barbarian, Paladin. Ah, love it. And then the last one, if I'm remembering correctly, should be a Githye. Yes, semi-transparent, but what I mean by pearlescent is like, it's actually fully transparent. Well, no, you're right. Semi-transparent. It would be a good way to describe it. Let's see if I can get there. Yeah, like you can see the haft through the mace head. But what I'm talking about whenever I say it's pearlescent is it's got some like shimmer. The color to it is like shimmery, sparkle, glittery. Yeah, but you can't, it's more subtle than that. Like, whenever you're looking at it through the light, you can see some, like, pinks and blues through the mace head. It's great. And, like, I know that doesn't come up on camera because it's a mediocre, it's like, it's a pretty solid, or it's a pretty mediocre webcam. And last but not least, we have the Githyanki Warlock. Yes, really? Oh, webcam picked it up way better than I thought it would. So, the Githyanki, in case you aren't aware, are essentially slaves of the Mind... Oh my god, that actually makes a lot of sense why I would have that there. I'm gonna put them next to each other. They were slaves of the Mind Flayers at one point. And then they kind of essentially they got their freedom, and then have made it their mission to team up with dragons to fight mind flayers whenever possible. But most of the time they're assholes to everyone else. It's great. So like they only team up with actually, so they gave her a normal yellow minifig skin tone, right? That's not bad. It's just that Gith Yankee are more green than they are yellow. It's kind of so that part's a little disappointing, but like, you know, that's just my, like I said, personal preference. That being said, she does come with a badass staff with an eyeball on it. So, well, then I highly recommend D&D as a hobby if you can find a decent DM. Because, like, that's the real thing. If you can't find a DM that, and when I say a decent DM, I don't mean like, oh, they have to DM a certain way, they have to know all the, no. All I really mean is that they work well with you and how you want to play the game. Like, for instance, I'm somebody who really likes playing their character as much as possible, right? So what my goal is whenever I play D&D is not necessarily to be the best character, right? I'm there to do the thing that my character is supposed to be doing. So for example, my gnome artificer, he's a bit of an asshole. So sometimes, even though I know it goes against what the party wants, he'll do the asshole thing and just do his own thing. And since you don't know what an artificer is, that is a D&D engineer. That is the D&D equivalent of an engineer. Wait a minute. Do I? No, I don't think that would. That would fit on a 2x2. Yeah, so basically instead of using magic, he uses science to create gadgets that would essentially give him magic, is what it is. And his particular type of it is, he goes through and he starts trying to, so he goes through and tries to solve problems, and honestly, whenever he solves problems, sometimes that creates even more problems. Let's move that over there, so I can put these guys next to the Lego set that I will be finishing tonight now that I have a Dragonborn. And then get on to the actual factual part of the stream. The main reason y'all are here, right? Flare. Wait a minute. He fits on a 2x2 then. That would mean... Hey, there we go. I could fit him. I knew I could fit him on the base. I'm going to be littering those guys all throughout the town. Or since it's like a little... It's got a whole little village with it. It's great. But... The other big thing with that is that... What was I talking about? Right, D&D. Finding out... That's just how I like to play D&D, is trying to play as a specific character. I also had a character at one point whose entire shtick was basically frat boy. And the way they did that was they were a character with maxed out strength. And so he would just walk up and be like, "Hi," or "Sup, I'm the biggest guy in town. You guys want to be my best friend?" But it didn't exactly go his way most of the time, because he didn't have the charisma score, but that's just beside the point. But there's other people who like to play the game, and when they like to play it as just like a battle simulator, right? So they know all the rules, and they're just there for fighting. There are other people who are there just to tell a story. And like those, so like there's just so many different ways to play D&D that you just kind of got to, one, figure out what you're looking for as a DM or as a player. And then two, kind of temper your expectations a bit for that. Because if you're sitting there and you're playing D&D, it's like, oh, every DM has a guide on how to DM. No, they don't. Some DMs are sitting there like, I'm here to create a character drama. Some are sitting there like, oh, I have made a brand new world for you to explore. Some are just like, I watched The Hobbit and I wanted to play The Hobbit, except now you guys are the Hobbits and I'm the guy telling the story. And so it's just one of those things where it's, you gotta know what you're in for, what you're expecting, or you kind of gotta find the right sort of gel. And I didn't figure out that, I didn't figure out how I played D&D for a long time, actually. I played D&D with my younger sibling as the DM, and it felt like my younger sibling was more to try and tell a story, like a specific story. Like he was like, oh yeah, you guys are the good guys, there's the bad guy. Now we're gonna fill in that gap in the middle on how you go and defeat the bad guy, right? Oh yeah, it's so open to interpretation. And like every dungeon master, game master is going to interpret it their own way, and it's great once you find somebody that works, whose interpretation of like the various types of game works with you. And I lucked out with my current DM, who is very much wanting to create a character drama, which is what I want to do too. So like, there are times where I'll lean into the asshole part because I'm trying to create drama, because it's fun. We're sitting here making our own little Spanish soap opera, and if there's no drama, then what's the point? Oh, thank God, there are so few stickers on this one. The last model kit I built had so many stickers, and I'm still kind of pissed about it. I still haven't even finished that one. Freaking Durandal. Okay, let's see here. What we starting with? Oh shit! They actually start you off with the body in this kit, as opposed to being like, I guess that makes sense for Max or Gundam Maxter in particular. Okay, so we need runners A, B, and C. A, B, and C1. Yes, awesome. Put the stickers right there. Right, I need 2 boxes for this. Come on. There we go. Let's see here. We're going to put the action base in towards the bottom. Really? I'm surprised D&D, with how widespread D&D is, especially as of late, I'm surprised you didn't know, or you weren't aware of it. What's actually even really cool is that you think D&D, right? And you think high fantasy. That's not necessarily what it has to be. Frankly, Dungeons and Dragons is just a system. It is the way I really, really like to set it up for other people is you're playing pretend with your friends. Ooh, what country are you in? I can understand. Sure. It not being super popular in your country kind of makes a lot of sense. There's A. I won't put that down here with the action base, since I know I'm not going to use any of those clear red bits until about the same time. Ooh, Bulgaria. That's an interesting one. I don't feel like I've had very many interactions with people from Bulgaria. I feel like you'd probably be surprised, and you might just not be in the circles that most people play D&D. Which is perfectly fine. I mean, in my opinion, it's just one of those, like, hyper nerd group things. Like, you'll find it in the same area where people play Friday Night Magic. Let's see here. What's up, Reload? We got Gundam Maxter going, and you didn't miss a single bit of it. Ooh. Wait a minute. So I bought some new flush cutters. Not necessarily for this build, but... Oh. Oh, so this is what it's like to have quality tools instead of just the random shit that you picked up whenever you got a 3D printer. Oh. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Hold on. I like that way more than I thought I was going to. But yeah, basically, if you find any hobby shops and you're just interested in playing, I feel like you could probably find some groups in Bulgaria pretty easily. That, or if you just have a group of friends and you want to play with them, you kind of, somebody decides to become the DM and then they are never allowed to stop. That sounds kind of shitty, but it's just the nature of the beast. Usually you get your most control freaky friend, and you'd be like, "Hey, you want to be the referee for our game of make believe?" And also, fair enough. Yeah, usually most people will just play it at their house as opposed to out in public. I know my group and we play online. Like I said, highly recommend it as far as a hobby goes. It's A1. There's A1. That being said, it also should come with some caveats, because if you have if your DM is a really good storyteller, you could end up with the very real situation of consistently thinking about your D&D campaign and constantly being like, "Oh, I'm so planning for this next session," and then, that next session comes and you're like, "Wait a minute, something got completely turned off on my head." Really? That's very surprising that you haven't run into D&D then. Like, just one... Like, seriously? Nothing? Nada? Let's see here. Oh, shit. Apparently, I needed one spot from the D-sprue. 615. Well, then take this as my, recommendation, for as much as you'd like to throw that in. You should try it out sometime. Get a group of your friends together. Try to run look over the rules. Try to run a one-shot. There's a, remember that vampire that I talked about? Strahd is his name. Strahd. Uh, and he is actually part of a what is called a one shot. It's a session. It is an adventure that is designed to be run in one sitting. Now that sitting might need to be a little bit of a long one, but like it's not designed to take too long, essentially. Ooh, look at this. It's gonna be kind of washed out because of my light. Oh wait a minute, fix that. We got a pearlescent green. Ooh, that's nice lighting. Got a nice little pearlescent green right here. I love it when they give you plastics that are in neat, or like just neat colors. Any hoozles. Yeah, highly recommend picking up like there are several different one shots that are set for different levels of players and DMs alike to learn the system and learn the games. But at the end of the day, it's just playing pretend with your friends. And then having a set of rules so that way nobody comes up and be like, I got a +1 or +1 infinity shield of everything. And like that's all the DM is there for, is to go, no you don't. That doesn't exist. Stop that. Alright, so that's all the A sprue we need for this set. And if you have a really cool DM, they'll let you do dope shit. Like, my DM both loves and hates me. Because I am damn near constantly trying to do dope shit. Like, that's part of the, it's part of my goal, right? And sometimes he lets me get away with it. Sometimes he doesn't. Which is the sign of a really good DM. Like, doesn't let me run too wild, but definitely gives me the free reign to do what I want. Sup, Ember?
This calls for a celebration.
I could have definitely had it canceled down after the first run of it. Damn. I feel like I could make the cats fall slower now. We'll try. We'll play around with that later. Right now, though, we're building Gundam Maxter and trying to convince trying to talk to Nakus about Dungeons and Dragons and like why it's a good hobby. I was explaining how one-shots are. Oh, he didn't have to subscribe, Ember. I appreciate it though. He's a nice time. It's a very nice time. He's so good. Plus, that means you can use my emotes everywhere right now. And my emotes, not gonna lie, top tier. Is that all I need from B? Really? Not to toot my own horn or anything, but yeah, I think my emotes are pretty top tier. Exactly. I actually want to replace this pan emote. That's like one of my things that I want to do. I like it, but I can make it better. Because I got a little guy, his name is Skitter. Ember probably knows about him. If you look at the emotes, it's Skitter is the guy that does the little dude who does the nodding emote. Yeah. Hold on. I can actually do this myself. Just a little guy. We love him. He does this. See? I think he's a great little emote guy. And so what I want to do is make an animation of him holding the pan up So that way it's like Legend of Zelda got item sort of thing. And he's just holding up the pan. The pan then spins slowly in his hand. I feel like that would be a good one. Alright, now what color was that's D2. Or that's D2. I think I need D1. Why did I put D1 under E1? What the shit? I'm actually surprised by how few sprues there are. Here's the thing, he's too small. Just a little guy, man. He's a... If I were to put him into like a real life scale, I don't think I have anything. He'd be able to fit in the palm of my hand. Like, he's not big. So it'd have to be a very tiny pan. Oh! I feel like that would still be too big for him. Especially to fit in his head, because he's got other stuff he has to fit in there. Like his brain. Am I gonna end up panel lining this? I probably will. Any hoozles. Oh no, I have to clean up all these pieces. What was I talking about? Right, D&D. You can do dope shit, and my DM hates that because I do dope shit. Like, one time, I made it rain in the desert. So calling it the desert actually kind of does it a disservice. It was a desert right on top of a bay, or of a bay. Nah, man. First of all, who would be the werewolf in that scenario? I don't want to be the werewolf. Second of all, no. I don't do stuff in order to piss him off. It's just that sometimes I do stuff to be cool. And then that just happens to tick him off sometimes. But yeah. The way I did the way I made it rain in the desert was essentially we had a red dragon in disguise, right? As like one of the DM's NPC's party members, right? And so I asked him if he could go stand in the water and boil off some of the bay to create a giant steam cloud. And then we pushed the steam cloud up into the sky. I had the dragon throw me into the sky, where then I used a spell called Thunder Wave to essentially spread out the cloud over the entire desert city and shake up the molecules of steam and water enough to cause them to get heavy and rain. And why was this necessary? Well, because the same dragon started a fire in the town. And also, there were zombies that were susceptible to water for some reason. You know, that's beside the point. Oh, yeah. And then, you know, what goes up must come down, so I had to come back down, and the way I made it, I have another spell called Levitate. And so basically, I levitated myself down to the ground, so I didn't take any fall damage. And, I role played it that he was just walking down a set of essentially invisible stairs. So, you know, like I said, you can do dope shit. We just had a session where we had to fight essentially a different monster that had another player flying through the city, a la like Star Wars trench run style, right? Where he's dodging various heads. It's essentially the creature was called a false Hydra, and so like as you can tell, it's a Hydra. It's got a lot of heads. Not quite the same as a regular Hydra, but in actuality, but like that's beside. So the other player is sitting there flying through the city, dodging various heads to get to the false Hydra's heart. And it's just check after check, badassness after badassness, and it just looks so good in our brains, and it's so fun. And again, we do dope shit. So he flies in, or he ends up pulling out another sword and flies through the entire thing, just basically turning himself into a drill to carve out this thing's heart. It's awesome. It helps that our DM is really into anime, so he sets us up for these like really cool and epic moments. I feel like the only player that we have, or we only have one player who hasn't had a ton of cool and epic moments, and that's just because she's also a player in his other campaign, and so I think that's where she gets her other. I think that's where she gets her actual cool and epic moments, and that we're just sitting here and it's like, hi, we're taking these moments from you, not because we want to, but just because it kind of happens that way. Doesn't Discord or doesn't Twitch have a tab or like a section called like Watch Together? I feel like it really would have been really cool to have some G Gundam going on in the background while building this model kit. I just don't know if that would break TOS or something. Good, I hope that is a piece I'm allowed to cut off. Okay. So this new tool is so much sharper than the old one. Love that. It is cutting through these pieces like butter. That makes my brain super happy. I still have to clean these up after the fact though with what is essentially a file to get some of the nub marks off. I think most of the people who are like streaming on Twitch don't understand the TOS. And the only time we ever actually kind of do is whenever it comes to like nudity. And that's moreover just to mess with the people on I feel like that's more of a just like, hey, let's mess with them kind of thing. So I got a whole new set of sanding sticks too, that are supposed to be a whole bunch of different grits. 7,000? What the shit? I thought that was supposed to be 700. Why is it 7,000? 5,000. That seems a bit excessive. 3,000. Also, these are not what I thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to be, I've been seeing this guy on, like, TikTok lately. His name is, like, or the channel's name is, like, Ray Studio or something. And, He's got these really nice carbon fiber files, essentially. Dude, legalese will do that to anyone. Do not feel like you are alone in that. I think I would need like a video of like, I want to say I would need one. I feel like they need to release a YouTube video pretty regularly that's like, all right, so you're streaming on Twitch, right? Cool. Here's what you need to know about the TOS. And then just like put it, or basically put it through a plain English filter. For us normal people who don't speak legalese and just don't want to get sued. I feel like that would actually be one of those like good faith things that Twitch could do. I don't think I'm gonna use every single file that it gave me. I think we only realistically are going to use up to potentially 2,000. Still going to split this entire pile in half since it gave me 2 of everything. So I don't need all of this right now. I seriously thought that was 700. I thought it was going to slowly step up from like 60 to 700. 7,000? No, what the shit? Shiny do they want to make? God dang. Yeah, it is. And it is kind of... The thing that kind of gets me with that is not even necessarily the fact that VTubers in VR chat are treated differently than like regular streamers. It's how much more different. And then you're probably speaking from a specifically VR chat to VTuber only experience, right? Like, there's a complete difference in how VR chat streamers are treated than how VTuber streamers are treated. I think using 80, or I think using the 80 grit was probably not a good idea. It's okay, he's a boxer. He got scuffed up a little. Have you seen the new 2D world thing that they've been doing in VR chat? It might not be new, but it's new to me because it's new to my brain. I think we might have found our winner of sanding. 400, yeah. 400 seems to be it. It's nice and, or it leaves it nice and smooth without getting it too... See, that would have been smarter. I should have done that. But instead, I just decided to take the... It's his back. It's the back of the model. So, like, there's just going to be a little scuff mark on the inside of his arm, back of his armpit. And if I matte coat it and just take it to, like... If I matte... which I kind of want to matte coat it. Like, that's not something I do anymore, typically. But I feel like that'd be... I feel like a matte coating on this one is well worth. Okay, I think these 4 sticks are going to be my usable ones. So, like, to make it reasonably smooth. Because, like, 400 does a pretty solid job. 600 makes it nice and smooth. Nice, smooth, and clean. But then, I feel like 800 and 1000 are literally just for polishing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. That is because I have this thing. It's called the Leap motion sensor. Basically, we got 2 infrared lights on the side, right? Or like 2 infrared trackers on the side, as well as 2 cameras right here that essentially provide LiDAR tracking for my hands. That is not new technology by any means. In fact, I first saw it when I was in college as part of my engineering program, because they built a hand robot that they wanted to use to just like show off, hey, look what we can use the makerspace for. And so basically they used essentially a previous version of this to to control it. Because, you know, how else are you going to control a hand? Well, with your hands. Great. And then when I got into VTubing, and I saw that they were basically using this, or they were using this exact same tool, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh my. Let's do that. Yes. Because it's like, it was one of those tools that I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. I'm kind of already aware of it, and I know how it's supposed to be, and let's see what we can do with it, right? And then I figured out it was only $100, and I'm like, okay, cool. We're definitely getting that. $100, and it's in my opinion, hand tracking is one of those things that sets 3D VTubing apart from 2D VTubing. In like a substantial way. Depends on people's riggings. I personally built this model and rigged it myself, so it might just be more tuned to me. Also, what up, Ember? What's your question? In there. Yes. A Kinect could be used for VTuber motion tracking. The problem is that the Kinect's motion tracking is not particularly great. So to end up doing it well, you need 2. You need 2 Kinects. And they basically got to be set up on either side of each other, kind of like how you set up for a VR environment. There's actually several videos out there explaining how to do it. Yeah, and Kinects are pretty cheap right now. You'd have to like look up exactly. But at this point, that would be for full body motion tracking for a VTuber model. And if you're going to try it, it would be one of those things where it's like, do you want to just check to see if your audience would enjoy that type of content? If you're going to, for the most part though, it's just going to look kind of jank. And it's something that you should be aware about, and if you're going to look into it, there's significantly better methods for controlling models in that manner. In fact, I think the 400 might be doing the brunt of the work for this. Hold on. Okay, yeah, that just has this right there. Red. Yeah, because that's the front of his neck. I thought about it too. It's also the videos you would look up for that are going to be mostly using it for full body motion tracking in the for like animation purposes. Like if you're in your Blender. But then it's like, well, then where does it stop? Plus, in most situations, you end up. Yeah. The situations I end up using, I like having them just for talking because whenever I talk in reality, I use, you can tell, I use my hands a lot, right? And so I feel like they add that extra level of expressiveness. And the only time that it's not super useful is whenever I have a game controller in my hand. But even then, when I have a game controller in my hand, I've got this button. Or I've got two buttons for that. Well, I don't think that. Yeah, so we do this. Wrong button. There we go. And it doesn't take away from my hand tracking as much as letting you know I might not use my hands all the time, you know? Yeah, don't worry, I'm just gonna break it down real quick. just for a sec. Just a quick breakdown, you know? Another benefit to, or another benefit to making my own model. I had an idea whenever I was importing it into Unity. I had the idea of like, or I saw, hey, wait, they're having me use FBX to do that. Isn't that the same file format that the animations from remember what the site is called? It's Adobe's, like, essentially Adobe has its own animation site that you can upload stuff to. I think I need to add a third one into this rotation. Really? 180 to 400 to 600? Maybe 400. 600. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. And they, like, I'm not gonna lie, having the 3D, I feel like I need so much more. I feel like it takes so much more effort and so much more awareness. So, like, I would not recommend 3D VTubing for everyone. I just knew that it was exactly what I wanted whenever I got started. Simply due to the fact that my big inspiration for getting into VTubing was Girl DM, and she whenever I got inspired by her, it was when she was using her 3D models. And so I was like, wait a minute, I don't have to be a 2D anime girl, I could be a 3D anime girl if I want. The anime girl part didn't drop until a little bit later. And then after that, it just became, let me figure out what all I need to do with this on my own. And then it was like, oh my god, I have to learn how to 3D model. Oh, that was on my bucket list anyway, might as well. Uh, cutting. Dude, 3D modeling is one of my favorite It is probably one of my favorite hobbies that I've picked up as an adult. Now, I'm gonna sound like an ass, or I'm gonna be kind of an asshole for a moment. When you say 3D modeling, do you mean going into Unity and messing with some pre-made 3D model, or do you mean going into Blender or Maya or something of that accord and creating one from scratch? Because I knew somebody who did the Unity thing and that pissed me off. I should have gotten a new X-Acto knife blade before doing this. I would have made this so much harder. Now, whenever I've... Now, starting with a base mesh isn't a bad thing. That just saves time. But, like, they treated the one that they modified in Unity as if it was the same as me making this model from scratch. And I'm like, no, that's devaluing my work. Screw you. I worked really hard on this. Oh yeah, no. If you would like my recommendation, because you are not the first person I've had this interaction with, Vroids are fine as a base, and using them as importing them into Blender is a thing you can do, and then use it as a base mesh. I do not recommend it though. My personal opinion is that, first of all, Vroids are far more polygon dense than they need to be. And second of all, yeah, no, see, so then you've already kind of gone through the experience and seen why it's not a good idea, right? It's you can use it as a solid foundation to start from. But like straight up, you're just going to end up not having, it's just not going to be as well defined. It's not going to have, or it's going to be set up or it's going to be set up for certain things. It's going to just, there are going to be weird little bits. Yeah, exactly. It does the job, and it's just going to, if you're learning actual 3D modeling, you can end up usually doing better if you're making your own from scratch. Of course, if you're modifying, then that's perfectly valid too. What's up, Tired? How are you? We're building Gundam Maxter from G Gundam Fighter. And I'm getting down to the nitty gritty. With the sanding down here so that way I can make it look as good as possible. Come on, the pun's great. Puns are why you subscribed, right? Are you regretting the subscription now? I what? subscription will serve you well. Look at all the emotes that I have, and look how good they are. Particularly the cat one. Cat emote is pretty freaking goated, I'm just saying. Realistically, depending on how much you modify your Vroid, you can credit yourself for your own Vroid model too. Like, I wouldn't say that's stealing anymore, especially if you modified it in Blender. One of my big problems with Vroid is they end up having a weird bone structure too. And it's kind of restricted. And like limiting yourself to that bone structure kind of suck. That too. It does sort of always just look like a Vroid. Although if you want to see like potential for not looking like a Vroid but being a Vroid, you should look at Bad Times Virus's model. Her model started off as a Vroid. And she's made other models with it too. Like there's one of the people in her group, Future Dimensions, their name is Declan the Bear, or Declan and the Bear. She made his model using Vroid as a base. But she had to go through and do a shit ton of modifying in Blender before it started to not look like a Vroid. Yeah, but that's just it. Some. They are not... A Vroid looking good is an exception, not the rule. Which side of this is... I think it's this. Why wasn't that just part of... Yeah. And like, that's the other bit. If you want to make your Vroid look really good, you're going to end up having to modify it just to make it there. Whereas if you're like me, hold on. Let's go, I'll show... I'm about to show off a little. Exactly, and that's like... Hold on, did you export your Vroid back out from Blender, or did you take your Vroid, export it as an FBX, and then finish it up in Unity? Because like, that last step, finishing everything up in Unity, is 100% my personal recommendation. Because like, that way you can make your shadows, or that way you can set your materials and textures to like do a whole bunch of... Yes, that is we like that. That is the right way, because then you can use Poyomi and then it looks really good. I, however, did not. I mean, I did. I skipped the Vroid step. I went straight from Blender to Unity, and then I used Poyomi so much. Welcome to the club. I remember it used to have it. I never got to interact with it while it had the game engine functionality, but I do think it was... I do think it was so fun of an idea. I don't know what I was pulling up. I don't know what I was going to pull up to show off. I think I was going to pull it up so that way I could be like, oh yeah, look. Once you figure out how you do your materials, you can then just do like so much more to make it such not a pain. Like, this is my whole shader editor right here. And like I know it's a whole lot more complex than it needs to be, but I end up having basically, oh, I need one texture for the emissions, one texture for the actual base color, one texture for the for the ambient occlusion, which is what I call these like black lines that you'll see all over the model. One texture for the specular, and then like one texture for the shadow maps. And you can see that all just feeds into this. And if I'm like, oh, I don't actually need a specular mask, I can just do that, and now none of my stuff is shiny anymore. Oh, I don't need the ambient occlusion. And so all I need is this part which lights up, and then this part that has the actual base colors. It's great. Highly recommend going through and doing all the stuff in Blender. Love Blender so much. I just love making models and stuff in Blender. Like that's my real big thing with it. I've been trying to learn how to use it for animation because I've always wanted to do animation since I was a kid. And then I can't focus on the animation enough, you know? Does this work? By Job, I think it does. But not very well. God, could you imagine if Blender could or if we could 100% skip the Unity step? That would be great. I would love to not give Unity attention anymore after they tried to be bastards and have a horrible monetization system. Like straight up at this point, the only reason I use Unity over Unreal is the fact that Unity has access to the VSF avatar format. And the VSF avatar format is just so much better than it is, or than anything else. Unfortunately, that is as long as VR chat is still developed with Unity, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Because the VR chat model to VTuber model pipeline is just too strong. I've been kind of okay, so I've actually bought a VR headset not too long ago, but at this point, I'm not gonna say recently. Like it's less than I think it's less than 6 months old at this point, but it's still I haven't used it a ton. But one of the things I wanted to do eventually was make my own custom VR chat avatar. I kind of wanted to use my low poly model for it too. Which, if you haven't seen that, one moment, I haven't been able to rig the face properly. Like, I have it set up so that way it works 100% in it works properly in Blender, but I can't set it up to work properly here. See what I mean? It combines too many different things. But I think it's a neat model. I would love to use it for more stuff, but I don't think I have the controls properly set up for it. Thank you. I also don't think I have the scale properly set up for it. That's a different issue. All right, I think that piece is good too. Dude, yeah, go bed. As much as fun as it is to talk about various VTubing things, yeah, you got to sleep, my dudes. And I plan on it. Have a good rest of your night. Or, well, good rest. Let's see here. D24. I don't think I cut out that piece. Oops. Yep, there it is. Whoopsie! It happens. Honestly, I'm really surprised with how simple this kit is. I've said it once before, but like, yeah. Wait, Tired, do you use a Vroid? Or do you just like know the troubles because you've seen virus messing with Vroids before and you're like, oh wow, that looks terrible. No thank you, I don't want to do that. $180 might be unnecessary. Not that. I might have screwed this up. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just an internal part. You don't have to sand it. You don't have to sand it that bad. Leaving it at 400 is perfectly fine. or let's try with a 400 start as opposed to. Ah, my microplastics box. We'd love to see it. It's going to be the crunch. Or it's going to be the crunch. If you think about it, the little microplastics in there are basically just Captain Crunch. Pour them into a bowl with a nice little bit of milk. In mint. There was a tweet on the official Gundam information Twitter channel, whatever. I slightly don't believe them for being the 100% official Gundam information channel. About it basically, just for people playing GB4, that saying, hey, don't forget to eat your plastic and actually upgrade your Gundam model so that way you can keep your parts looking up to level. And I'm just like, they know their audience. They know we already have too much microplastics in our diet. Why would they tell us to add more? Unless, oh, that's the secret. That's the true secret of Gunpla battle. Eating plastic. Stop it. Am I insane? Should I not be doing this much effort on this? I really don't feel like I should be. It's the 600, not the 400. It's okay. If I weren't insane, y'all wouldn't like to hang out with me. It's part of the bit, you know? Y'all know who Gundam Maxter is? If you don't, let's see if I can fix that. So instead of Minecraft, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this and we're gonna set it to this channel. And then we're gonna do this number. First of all, we pause Pandora. Then we can put some Gundam Maxter on in the background. Gundam Maxter is from G Gundam Fighter. It's great. He's the American Gundam. Let's see here. Please be the English dub. He's a football player whose shoulder pads become boxing gloves. It's awesome. Why'd you have to? also is afraid of clowns. I don't think that's the real theme. He's also got an entire cheer squad backing him up. I don't think that's the original soundtrack. Un momento, por favor. Oh, not Marker, Maxter. We love this guy. He's so cool. He is my favorite Gundam from the series, other than Burning Gundam. That being said, there is also several other damn. How is it so hard to find G Gundam fighter clips? I'm calling some bullshit. Well, damn. Never mind then. This is not going to work out nearly as smoothly as I thought it would. I wanted to show you the coolness of Gundam Maxter and Jiminy Crockett. I kind of forgot the whole he was afraid of clowns bit, not gonna lie. But, you know, even everybody's got to have their thing that they're irrationally afraid of. For me, it's slugs. I know I'm bigger than them. I know that if I squish them, they are dead and that I am not. But it traumatizes me. I stepped on like one. I swear it was mostly because I stepped on one slug barefoot when I was a kid. And I just haven't gotten over that. And I don't think I ever will. And so if you're like me, you should now and forevermore go and salt your driveways, prevent slugs from popping up there. Wait a minute. Did I miss a no? There were 3 parts. A1. What's A1? Hold on. I cut out A1. This is A1. Okay, I thought it was a steak sauce. See any other nub marks on here? Yep, I think we're good. So I think we can actually just. Whoop. I would like to go back through and watch Gundam Build Fighters again. But I have some other Gundam series that I need to go and actually watch in order to be like, to be my true fan self, you know? Can't just sit there and be like, oh yeah, I know like 2 things about Gundam and that's it. Okay. This piece goes in that. Honestly, I'm a fan of the toy line essentially than I am of the actual series. That's what I would. Oh my god, that's his abs. I was like, what the hell am I building right now? It is core day. Shoulders and core day, yeah. So, you know what? This tracks for me. Oh no, did I flatten that out too much? I think I did. Whoops. This is why I shouldn't sand things. Honestly, I think that might be a problem I have. I shouldn't sand things until after I get some parts assembled. You know? Because you never know what you're actually going to see. So that clicks into there. There's his abs, as we can see so boldly, as they are yellow. But now we gotta add in his pecs. Apparently. So, hold on. Yeah, so like, uh-oh. He actually got a decent ab crunch. He's gonna be very posable, isn't he? Wait, did the abs snap in and then the part underneath the abs didn't? Hold on. Really tell. There we go. It's the man. It's the burly man chest of G Gundam Maxter. Focus, damn it. Yeah, whatever. I'm assuming that's right. Then we put this together like so. This is the other reason I think that I should probably hold off on the sanding until after I assemble some pieces. Because now these two faces are lined up so that way when I sand them, they will be made, or they will be at the same level. There we go. A little bit of spit shine never hurt anything. Just nobody else lick my Gundam models after me. Aha, there's the other one. I swear, finding the nub marks is like half the challenge. Not always, though. Hey, neat to see some red in there finally. Hey, yeah, don't cut those parts, I know. And that chess piece, ladies, gentlemen, and those of unspecified origins, and those of unspecified designs, is how we make a chest plate for our boxer. I didn't need to sand any of that piece down. That looks alright! And then, oh, it literally just sits on top. It doesn't snap in or anything. The shit? I don't feel gypped about that, but like, that just doesn't feel like a good idea, honestly. It does say there's going to be there will be a gap. Let's see here. Handle the parts slowly, do not or carefully so they do not break. Wait a minute. Did I put this together wrong? I might have. Son of a bitch, I wish I hadn't clipped my nails earlier. Or I wish I had my X-Acto knife. Lego? How about we just turn the page back a little? No, I didn't assemble them incorrectly. Yeah, this definitely went 100% the way it was supposed to. I don't understand what it's trying to say then. Am I supposed to be able to push these in, or push this on, pull out the shoulders, essentially, and lock the chest in? That is what I'm supposed to do. I think we'll just leave that as a completed torso, though. Like so. Alright, onto the head. I need E, C, D, and A. And stickers. Nobody likes stickers, but at least the only thing from A I need is the V-fin, so that's fun. Zoop. And then we need E1, C1, D1. I have C1 right here. E1 and D1 are in the box, so what do I need from C? I literally only need one piece from this too. It's just the face shield. Oh my god. On it, Bob. Or on it, Roger. Roger, Roger. D1, E1, let's go. Doom. Nope. D1. We need 4. Oh, that's the inside of his head. Inside of his head is a different color than most Gunpla? What the shit? I keep finding interesting little things about this kit in particular, and I appreciate that. And then for E1, we need part 1, 2. We need parts 1, 2, 3. That's it. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Please make it harder for me to find parts next time. It would make my life so much more miserable. Such satisfying sounds from making. Like, tell me this doesn't sound cool or good. Boom. Good sound. You like that sound? Good sound. Very good sound. Very nice clicky sound. I like that there are very few parts to this, honestly. I had in my brain, if I was going to make a brand new custom Gundam model, I know what I would want it to be. It would basically be Gundam Maxter, but instead of turning into a football player, he turns into a knight. I would call it Gundam Maximus. Why that, or why a knight? I don't know, I just think I feel like it'd be cool. Like, imagine, knight shoulder pads turn into boxing gloves. That'd be pretty rad. Oh, that's the chin. There's the eyes. Oh my god, that's what we have to apply stickers to, isn't it? I think we'll sand it after we have assembled the helmet. Just to find out what stuff on the outside of the head we actually care about. Oh, shit. Okay. So I think that's where my biggest time lost is. Let's see. So, first of all, we're gonna grab our first set of stickers and cry. Because stickers. But also, it's stickers, it's not that big a deal. There's like there's like 8 on this entire sheet, so like it's not that big. So in lore, for Gundam Build Fighters and like Build Fighters Try and all that jazz, they are supposed to have like a grading system on how well you built your gunpla that helps determine how powerful it is. How do you think they do that? And do you think there's any way to game the system to where you're like, yes, I am a much better builder than I actually am? Or do you think in a society that's basically essentially Gundam's version of Yu-Gi-Oh? They're just like, nah, man, you can't fuck that, or else we will fuck you up. Wait a minute, I love it. They put his helmet on like it's an actual helmet. That's so goofy. I know these parts are gonna have to come back or clean up, so I don't really mind doing them before I assemble it. Okay. Next sticker goes here, and it's the headlight. God, I really hate these stickers in particular. Not just like on this kit, just they're always like the little head sensor things, and I don't have the precision required to do these as tightly as I would like to. But I do have a pair of tweezers around here, I thought. Where did they go? Where did I mess with them? Minecraft villager noises intensify. Hmm. Yeah, so what I end up having to do typically is I end up basically just sort of inching it closer and closer until it's like exact spot and then push down. Usually with something not too sharp, we'll take, because I don't want to cause any like or untoward creases in the sticker. If I do, I just end up like using that. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's the front. Smaller. Good. Oh, fuck me. Ah, shit, that's gonna get like right into my nail bed. Okay, I know you can't really see it because it's not gonna focus. It's on the very tip of the sword. That's the sticker I'm struggling with right now. So, you know, nobody make any sudden moves. Or breathe, because we're gonna inhale the sticker if we do. Oh! Oh, me little bastard. Oh my god, yes! Yeah! I got it. I got it. Let's fucking go. I got the fucking little speck in its hole. I need a cigarette after that. I don't even smoke. That's how good it was. Then you slide it on over. Boom, like so. Then you take his little face guard and you put it on. Boom, like so. And then we take our 600 grit stick and sand up these flats like so that way they look like they line up better. Like so. That is a handsome looking helmet. I'm always a little bit baffled by how much detail they can cram into such a small scale. Wait. Who here thinks V-fins need to be super duper sharp, and who here is okay with not getting stabbed in the hand? I'm okay with not getting stabbed in the hand. Like I saw one video earlier today on Twitter, and it's literally just the guy taking the like shoulder pad on a Zaku and making a spike on it so pointy that you could probably inject somebody with it. And I'm just like, dude, why? Like, I get it, it's a Zaku, it's supposed to be brutal, but like, that brutal to handle? And then we take it and plug the V-fin into his head to turn him from a generic ass robot to a proper 100% Gundam. They straight up really did get a ton of detail to such a small package. Like, look at that. And like, there. See where I put the sticker in. Oh yeah. And I think it would be more fun to not fully assemble him as I go, but as rather assemble him as I get. Like normally I assemble him as, like, follow the instructions 1-to-1, you know, is what I'm trying to say. I forgot he has a core lander. Yeah, that was another fun thing about G Gundam Fighter. They all basically had race cars that turned into the cockpits of their Gundam. They had so much fun with that series, I swear. Alright, so first thing's on the shoulder pads. Yeah, I gotta build them both at the same time. So the E's, sure. And we got the A's. Let's start with the A's. A. Or we're calling it the Fonzie method. It's literally only A4, isn't it? Then it's E1 and D2, or E1, E2, D1, D2. Okay. Easy peasy. That's just red and blue. Let's start with the D's, because how else are we supposed to handle D's nuts? All right, D12. D5. But I'm right here next to D11, and that's why I was stopped. I was wondering if I needed it. D14, again, right next to it, so I don't want to look for more stuff. I have to. Fun fact, I also happen to have an RG Burning Gundam that I'm not sure if I want to build. I don't think I'll build that one on stream ever. I don't know, that one just doesn't feel like it would, that one does not feel conducive to a streaming environment. That one feels like a, Recoil is going to take his time making that one feel nice and pretty. Okay. And we basically do all the exact same parts over here. Because of course they have us cut out all the same parts at the same time. That makes a lot of sense. Imagine a Gundam model not making sense. Could not be one that I'm working on. I will say, I think I preferred model kits over action figures for the level of detail. But I do wish they were slightly more resilient, you know? Like, not necessarily pick up, slam into each other, resilient, right? They don't need to be that tough. But like, when I pick one up, I would like it to not feel like if I like slightly tilt it the wrong way, it's going to fall apart. 9, 8, and 9. Okay, cool. Easy peasy. 8, 9. Wow, we are getting real tiny with these part separatings. Is that really all we need for the shoulder pads right now? 9, 8. Yeah, that is. Alright. Okay. Whatever you say, boss. I saw something that, like Thor said, pirate software, in case you're wondering who I'm talking about. He talked about ads and how pre-roll ads will kill your follower growth on Twitch due to the fact that somebody's gonna come in, they're not gonna see your content, they're just gonna see an ad, and then they're gonna be like, ah, screw this. So I'm thinking about because of that, I'm thinking about changing it up. So that way, maybe I might have ads going on in the middle of stream as opposed to what I normally do, which is no ads. Because I don't think it would hurt. Plus, you know, I'd make a little bit more money, potentially, maybe. Gotta live out that capitalist dream of having a boat for a boat. You bastards, you could have made this settled up with 2 pieces and then I would have only had to clear off 2 subs. I would say he's more red than blue. Not entirely certain. It feels like he's more red than blue, but it might also just be that the red pieces are more bigger. You know what would be a good combination Gundam? Combine Gundam Maxter with Gundam Age Titus. I feel like that would be a good combination. God, I hope they add Gundam Maxter as DLC to Gundam Breaker 4. They have literally everyone else in the Shuffle Alliance. Why did they screw Maxter over? Do they not like Americans? Is that why they didn't do the freaking English voice cast? Because they just hate America? Does Bandai Namco just think less of American Gundam model fans? Well, it's not like the world was. World isn't America. That was always something I struggled with whenever it came to making these models. How far do you disassemble it before you clear coat it? Like, do you clear coat do you clear coat each individual part? Or do you find certain pieces that are like, there's no way these are coming apart ever? Like, there's this little shoulder fin that I'm building right now. Or, well, I just snipped all the part or nubs off of. I know that's not going to end up being seen. I know that's not going to end up. Is there any reason for me to paint that piece with clear coat? I don't think so. So, like, I would always clear coat. I'd always try to get them down to the parts where it was like the moving components, you know? So, like, I would separate out the legs from each other. I'd separate out about as much as I could down to the part where, like, oh yeah, this piece moves, or we'll separate it and properly clean it and paint it. I was about to say, I know there's another one of those little blue bastards around here. I feel like that's something Gargamel says every day. I know there's one of those little blue bastards around here. Yeah. I don't know how Gargamel sounds. Clearly. Free. Clear coat also just definitely especially on these models, really hides out so many errors that you can during the build process. Okay, I did not clean that one up before because I thought it would be a pain in the ass, and it is a pain in the ass. I think 400 is like legitimately the sweet spot for model kit. Biscuits. Erg. Ah, there we are. It's the 400. Smooth as glass. I sanded the sides on that a little too much, so we're gonna use a little bit of what's it called? Anti-oopsie glue. Just a tad. Just a tad. Hey, yo, bot. Can't you see we're chilling in here? Don't need you to try and sell me stuff. I do like whatever Twitch changed that lets me, or that says, hey, these are likely harassers. Could I get myself to be called a harasser? Like if I message, or if I type that exact, copy paste that message, will it, like, auto try to catch it as a harassing? If anybody would like to try that, and I already know who you are, and so therefore I would not think you a bot, that would be pretty, I feel like that'd be a pretty fun time, or a pretty fun little experiment. If there's anybody new who wants to try that experiment, immediately follow up with this has been a test of the emergency broadcast system. Oh shit. That's gonna... Okay. Okay, most of that's internal, so I don't really care. So if G Gundam Fighter is just Gundam Dragon Ball Z and G Build Fighter is just that one just feels like Gundam Yu-Gi-Oh. Talking with Bad Times Virus previously, we have determined that as she said that Gundam Unicorn is basically Sailor Moon. So that's Gundam Sailor Moon. How many other series do you think we could go? I think Iron Blooded Orphans is just Gundam Game of Thrones. How many other series slash genre do you think it would take to cover all of the Gundam series? Is Bandai on Tekken? How funny would it be to have somebody in Tekken that pilots a Gundam? And then you just like shrink the Gundam down to person size. And then boom, you just enter that into the King of the Iron Fist tournament. I feel like that'd be funny as shit. Okay, so there's that piece, and then we had to go over here. See, it's funny whenever I do that to me because it looks like my model's staring at me. So I can have a staring contest with myself. Hard to tell who wins. I think it's the model because of the input latency. If you can, try to do a circular motion while you're sanding. It'll help make things even out much nicer. That's not even just like a Gundam modeling tip. That's just a tip in general whenever you're like wood or working with hand tools and such. Like yeah, this trick would work on wood too. You'll end up with a much nicer finish and it'll feel better in your hand. Okay, so now we can take both of these shoulder pads and there. Sometimes you don't have the room to do the circles. Fun fact, you're supposed to do little circles when you brush your teeth too. That was the wrong piece. I've been setting up to do tutorials in Blender. And it wouldn't be the first time I've done them. However, I consistently struggle with what kind of content I need to put out for those types of tutorials. I've been given the tip of looking up the search trends. I don't know how to do that though. What the shit? Why would you do that in this order? Why wouldn't you go... Hold on. This seems like a blatantly wrong instruction. They want me to go... These yellow pieces have holes right here in the bottom of them, right? That line up with the top of the red pieces. So why would they want that in that order then, huh? Oh, luckily I already accidentally finished out one of the other sides, so I can go ahead and finish this entire shoulder pad. So we can actually kind of try this out real quick and see how my assembly directions would work. Not cut those. Okay, I did not. Okay. And then if we do recoils assembly into directions. Ah, I see. Never mind. Carry on. I did not realize, never mind, this would... There was a piece that I did not, or of the yellow that I did not understand. As it goes under the red. Oh wow, recoil, you mean the instructions were built a certain way for a certain reason? Who'da thunk? Not I, said. Oh, those don't actually plug into the... Not gonna lie, this sounds like the opening to like a Judge Dredd movie. Ta-da! Boxing glove. And then those tip up to make it so that way he's got the rockets swap directions so that way he has rocket powered punches. It's great, love it. I already cleaned this one up. Then I just need to clean this one up. I don't want to sand it too much, otherwise you'll end up with some problems. And that's kind of where I'm a little struggling right now. Assembling. Assembling. Do. I always feel bad whenever I have to get something like close to my face because it always gets off camera, right? So I try to do this thing where I like shrimp over the like table, and it's closer to me ending up with my head in the shot. I think that might be a better thing as like a content watcher. There we go. Look at that. Boom. 2 shoulder pads. Done and done. Let's go. I do really wish they had Gundam Maxter in GB4. Like, there is no reason he shouldn't be in GB4. Let's see here. Next, we're gonna build the right arm. Let's go. I need blue. Let's see here. I have C1 and B out already, so we'll save. E1 and D1 are going to be on the next things I grab. All right. So, start with B, since we're working in alphabetical order. I don't have anything in A, so 1, 2, 3, 4. There you are. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have the hand pieces of 34, 35, or 19 and 22. 34. 35. 19. I never know what to do with these extra hands. 22. Oops, that was 21. Why would you have 21 next to 19 and not 22? If they are right... There's probably some manufacturing reason that I... Oh shit, there is an A piece that I need. A1 14. Oh, it's his shoulder joint. C1, 5 and 6. 5. 'Let's see here. Is that it? Scroll it up here, C. And we need E1, D1. C2, E1, or D1, E1. So, from the D's, we need 13. That's it? Okay. Seriously, that's it? Okay. This is a very nice blue. I like it quite a bit. It looks a lot more saturated on camera, but it's very dark and very... Or not dark, it's a very solid blue. Like, it's not too bright, not too dark. E1, 7. And 6. 12. Uh-huh. I would love to understand how to make a mold properly. I genuinely would. I think that would help me get closer to my job, or my dream job of toy design. So what the hell is that piece used for then? I don't know. 10 and 11. I'm doing all right, Zeno. How about yourself? We are cruising through building Gundam Maxter. And so you know how that goes during it. It's a nice chill stream. Dude, love it whenever you can get a good nap in. I imagine you appreciate those in a little bit more than most, being a dad and all. Oh my god, is dad and all what you drink before you start making dad jokes? Oh my god, is dad and all what I run off of? Yeah, good to hear that you got a nice nap. Yes, there is a new cat reward. Why do you think that number's up so high? I still am tweaking it, but it's pretty much all there and all done and all good. So feel free to use it as you or at your leisure. More like I decided to not or stop. More like I decided to stop climbing into the tree and just punch the tree until it see how many cats fall out. And realistically, we've done it enough times to see or to have a consistency, or it's a pretty consistent number. So, I don't think I've ever asked you. I know you're an engineer as well. But did I ever ask you what type of engineer? I assume it's like electrical or computer. You're not? Huh? I swear to God, Moira, I said you were. Oh, gotcha. That sucks. You have the perfect mindset for it, I feel. And it would just be great for you to, in my opinion, just so you could make bank. So I feel like you deserve to make bank. God, that is an awful lot of chunkety plastic that I'm snipping off right there. I really hope I'm not screwing over this or screwing myself over right now. You know what? Fair. If the choice is between either getting laid or never getting laid, I too would choose getting laid. Control systems was an interesting one. I kind of looked. I took like one controls class and I understood what it was for. I just didn't. I could never understand the material. You know. But that also makes sense. I feel like you are smarter than me. At least book smarter. I think there's a lot of different types of smart. Yeah, and like I said, I get that. I think the controls class I was in was more of like understanding certain levels of input and how to use those to like set up various control systems or control environments. It's a lot of MATLAB. Oh, dude, that sucks. I do like the math. You had to smile at people? Ugh. If you're an engineer, that should not be what you're. You should have a pass on smiling at people. Be like, here's my engineering degree. I will never smile in your general direction unless you tell me a funny math joke. Still, I feel like you would have been an awesome computer engineer. You could have been out there designing the next you could have been out there designing the next set of like Radeon graphics cards. Could have made bank working selling your soul to Nvidia. I'm polite. I always like the way that like have you seen all those posts where it's like, hey, how do I say this in business speak? Dude, cybersecurity is one of those fields that's really blown up. I knew I needed that part, motherfucker. Cybersecurity is what I low key told Ember to look into because it was one of those things that companies here in the US are straight up just like looking for, and they don't really care how you got into that. That's not fair. I only know one of those. Come. And given that I'm building a Gundam model, come on, you can tell which one that is. This is bullshit. I feel discriminated against. Actually, straight up, I recently applied for a couple of positions as like a development or product development engineer, right? For Mattel. And on their application process, they have this section where it's like, hey, do you have any of these disabilities? And I looked it over, and I used to just hit like, no, I can walk, I can do everything, I'm fine. But more recently, I decided to like look at them and see like, hey, wait, what's actually on this list? They got freaking neurodivergency on that list. And not just like, oh, hey, they did? Shit. Oh, then I've lied on a couple of those. Any hoozles, because I definitely was diagnosed with ADHD. My big one for that one is like, why is ADHD counted as a disability like that? And which one is it better? Is it better to lie and say no, or is it more better to tell the truth and say yes, and then you get to be kind of brought in as a diversity interview, and then they're like, oh, wait a minute, you're pretty much normal. I am. No, here's the best part. During one of my job, or during the interview for the job I currently have, the one of the interviewers was like, "Hey, how do we know you're not going to leave after we're done training you?" And I'm like, "Well, the job I want requires 3 to 5 years of experience." And it got a laugh out of the whole interview. And then whenever I asked my manager later about it, he's like, "Well, you were either telling the truth, which is good, or you were really quick on your feet, which is also good." And that basically cemented it in my brain that there's no reason to ever lie on that shit. Because like, what's the okay, you tell the truth, you end up not working there, or you tell the truth, you don't get the job, you end up not working there. Probably was a shitty place to work if they didn't value the truth. You tell the truth or you tell the lie, you end up working there, and then then they don't value you telling the truth. So, like, you end up being like, "Oh, well, now I'm stuck in this shitty job because I don't want to have to relocate and find another shitty job." One. I know that's one of them. Wait, reload. Did you save a cat just because you wanted it to be 202? You don't have to explain the why if you just want to put yes, because like I totally get it. 101, 202, 303 would be the next one. I totally get it. And also, I didn't lie. It was a lie of omission. Mostly about how you lie. A lot of HRs have this secret checkbox they are looking for you to click. Most answers are like, "You are not working for the money." Why unemployed people are less likely to get jobs than employed people. Perspective is not real. Just a platonic employee they want out of you. You know, that's actually a good way to. That is a good piece of advice right there. Hold on. If you're applying for jobs, apply or act like an NPC. Wait a minute, that is great. I like that as like a thought process. Not as like a life process, but like, you know. Oh shit. I was hoping to eventually. I actually have a really solid resume for that job. It's my. That's all. My only problem is now I think they might not. I might not get the interview. Hmm. See, and I think that's where I've been incredibly lucky so far. Like, when I interviewed for my current position, I interviewed with like my current direct manager, as opposed to like HR. Yeah, and I'm not. It's not something I'm like super stressed about, right? Like, I'm currently employed. There is nothing for me to fear about my job ever going away. And I am one of my manager's favorite employees, so I like to assume I'm one of my manager's favorite employees. I can't say that without a shadow of a doubt because, like, you know. My point is, I know how to do the work that he wants me to do, and I sit next to him. And so while he knows I screw around a lot of the time, I do. He does also know that if he gives me a task, I will go ahead and straight to it. Yeah, I should have sanded this after. How long until I'm just straight up licking the plastic to clean it up? And we got this piece. And we got this piece. I think that's this piece. It's the thick one. Oh, come on, get down with thickness. How has that not been made into a parody song yet? Probably has. But yeah, I'm not too worried about finding a new job or anything. It's more of one of those, I'm keeping an eye out just in case, because it is what my dream position is, to be a toy designer. And if I can get to that part where I can, or if the only thing I'm missing is just the actual work experience, then I should be fine. We take this and we do this. Then we take, where's that blue piece I made? And we do this. And then, oh my god, that's just gonna hinge around to be his his sub knuckle or something or other. It's gonna be red as hell. I don't like that this isn't picking. So we're gonna slide that right there for a moment. I can do that. But for some reason, I get the feeling that Takara Tomy would not appreciate the fact that I prefer the third-party Transformers over their masterpieces. Also, I'm pretty sure that they would not be cool with a. I'm pretty sure I don't have the jet, or I don't have the jet. I do not have the language skills to even be able to potentially fake knowing Japanese. How did that not work? Oh, there it goes. And it hooks around like so. Plus, I feel like having your superpower be autism leans into that type of role really well. Yeah, and that's what I was. And so, like, that's one of the reasons I'm like not like too afraid of putting down that as like, oh yeah, no, this is, because then I could be like, yeah, I'm one of the working disabilities. And not only that. Oh, I see what you said, or what you're saying. Okay. I thought you were going with this is Charlie. He prefers to be left alone. And don't mess with his stuff on his desk. He has it right where he wants it. Is a lot easier than having, hey, you need to turn left in 30 feet. Exactly. And you'd be surprised how hard common politeness is to come in the office space sometimes. Given that one of my coworkers regularly would come and pick up all my stuff. Said as the very clear, perfect picture of normal. Plus, it's especially whenever you're in like the, or I feel like it's especially different in the engineering fields. Like, they know, right? Like, if you're hiring an engineer, they know. They're looking at you and being like, hmm. So which flavor are you? Ah, gotcha. I think that there is that sort of quota up here too. I think it's just the way the US handles people with disabilities is very much to try and make it so that way, oh my god, there's nothing different about you. You're fine. When it's like, no, no, I need some help, man. And that's kind of bad. Like it's a somewhat similar, or it's a somewhat okay mentality, but also not great when it comes down to actually receiving, giving, and receiving the help that they need. Is this part symmetrical? Holy shit, this part might be symmetrical. Rad. Yeah, and that was, I guess, what my big complaint was, is that neurodivergence as like a disability just seemed so all encompassing, you know? Like, yeah, I get it as a disability for certain types of neurodivergencies. But then like they went ahead and listed off a couple of them, and it's like, well, here's the kind of the point. Autism's a spectrum now, isn't it? So in ADHD, why is that one considered a major disability that you would actually like put down as potentially a restrictor on a hiring process? Now I'm just thinking maybe they put it there, and if you're applying for an engineering role and you don't put yes, clearly you didn't read anything, and you are not the engineer we want to hire. True. I do have. I don't know. I feel like if you could take a pill, and it would help you mask so much better. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I know that sentence right there just is slippery slope, but like, I think you can see what I'm talking about. Oh shit, is 600 grit the way for flavor for this? Oh, that might actually be it. Oh my god, he's gonna have. So he's got that deep elbow crunch. That's actually something I kind of want to fix for a V4 of my VTuber model. My model can't bend his elbow more than like, or he can't even bend it to a solid 90 degrees. Just due to how it's designed. And I kind of want to, fix that in a V4. Man, what kind of drug would it even? What would it even do if it just helped you mask better? Hmm. Actually, realistically, what it would probably do. And I guess that would be kind of why why people regularly take Xanax. Problem then being some people don't know how to regulate themselves without it. Why were these hands not just made as one piece? So, which ones were supposed to be? I think this one was supposed to be the fastest. You know what I think you might like? And I know I'm talking it, or I've been trying to do this with everybody. I was playing Gundam. I feel like you might enjoy Gundam Breaker 4. Just because of how many stat min-maxing there is, and I feel like you'd enjoy finding the breaks in it, because it's deliberately a broken game. It is, and it's fun if you like customizing stuff. It's fun if you like being. It's honestly just like a really big power trip. Also, then again, we run into my big issue. No Gundam Maxter, therefore 0 out of 10. I'm just kidding. I made Sonic the Hedge, or I made Shadow the Hedgehog in it. Of course, I think it's a good game. Also, check it out. He's got his arm, y'all. I don't know how he's supposed to equip his arm, or his shoulder armor though, is my big question now. They have literally every other. Oh, it doesn't have regional price. Oh. So, explain to me what that means to you. Because I can kind of guess. Hi, Moira. Trying to convince your husband, or I'm trying to convince your husband to buy a game to play plastic toys with me. Actually, the only reason that it pisses me off that they didn't include Gundam Maxter is that they included literally the rest of the Shuffle Alliance. Like you can get Rose Gundam, you can get Rose Gundam, and basically you can get the Russian one, the French one, and the Chinese one, and Burning Gundam, but you can't get the American one for some reason. It's either because they know that they can sell it as DLC, or they just hate America. Which is rude. How you doing, Moira? It's like the third time I've gone on that rant. It's just because I'm building this one. Just gonna give this guy a manicure real quick. Regional pricing is Steam stuff where games have prices relative to the region they are being sold. So, for example, Don't Starve costs $15 to me and $10 to you. Steam, except not everyone in the world can afford a $60 USD game. So they do this to sales over. It's been proven. Oh, hey, that's neat. Yes, they do. I've seen Endless Waltz Heavy Arms. Or at least I've seen the bit of I've seen the name in the like parts list. The Digimon ones are the Digimon model sets are really fun. I built 2 of them now. So can recommend. I've seen. Okay. You're talking about the red and orange one is the one they have. They don't have the teal one though? Yeah, their inclusion list is just weird. I'm not gonna say it's bad and wrong, but it's just weird. Missing some. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, and if you're not into super hack, or if you're not super into hack and slashes, it would make sense to also just wait for it to come on sale. Honestly, the only reason that I bought it off sale was because how much of a Gundam model fan I am. Not to say like, oh, I'm a fan of the Gundam series and stuff. No, it's legitimately the model kits. I am a fan of the model kits, the toys, this kind of thing. Oh, it's okay. Let's start with this. It's mostly a hack and slash, right? So you gotta keep that in mind. You should not expect super in-depth brain thought, right? However, there is a surprising amount of depth that you can get from the various types of customizations. And so the people, if you look at the reviews, the negative reviews are all like, it's not slow and plotting Gundam fighting like we wanted from, or like was originally hoped for from Gundam Evolution. It's also not as fast as like Gundam Breaker 3 apparently, which I think they're just playing it wrong because I've been sitting there. What I end up doing, my personal thing, is I go Super Saiyan, and then I have 2 grappling hooks, and then I punch the shit out of everyone. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much the thing. It's all about the, haha, look at this, we got our toy of it. And like, so if you're not into like the cool, you probably could, as long as it's like a, hell, I was going to say, yeah, you probably could, as long as it's like a Gundam style mecha where it's a person as opposed to, but then I remembered somebody built a fucking Magikarp. Yeah, it's great. It is C2. Let's see here. Do I need C2 at all? No, I need C1. Or Ray Earth style. Ain't that always the problem? Also, my day is going fine. How's yours, squirrels? Sitting here building a Gundam model. I think it's like legitimately all I need from that. Good to hear. Yeah, my big, honestly, you wanna know what my biggest complaint about Gundam Breaker has been, now that I've kind of gotten to the end area? Magic Knight Ray Earth is a manga by Clamp that is magical girls, but they also have knight ladies, and I are sometimes have fucking knight. I feel like I've seen that one. Isn't that the one where they have the not like fully seen it? I've seen like a clip of it where they have like a battle arena, and there's like there's this one guy. He's got like an old mecha that was made for mining, and then he kicks the asses of like all the pilots or all like the aristocratic pilots who are like, oh yeah, by the way, oh it's not Gurren Lagann. This one's an actual knight one. Like it's a like I know which one Gurren Lagann is. Yeah, no, these are like actual knights in armor. It's just that their armor is a giant robot. Like, I know Gurren is. I haven't watched it, but I know what it is. What kind of degenerate do you think I am? No, no, you cannot. Gurren Lagann can eat you, though. In fact, he has. He became didn't he become multiversal sized? So by definition, probably ate you on accident and didn't even realize it. I mean, it can. Oh, there's even some Gundam out there that can actually eat you. Like, I'm specifically thinking of that one that was like a mummy in G-Fighter that actually had a mouth. That one was freaky as shit. 3, 4, 6, and 7. 6, 7. Dude, that one got eviscerated by Domon. It was awesome. I haven't seen that, or I can't remember off the top of my head that fight. I do remember it's the one where he busted out the Shining Finger sword. The exact one time it got used. And the fact that it didn't get used more is a tragedy. It was such a cool attack. Why wouldn't they use it more than, or why wouldn't he use it more than once? Just saying. Oh yeah, I know. I know that. I like how that was kind of the whole thing with his super mode being red at the moment, or whenever he was doing it, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's super mode!" And then like they go and talk to like the designer of the mech, and it's like, actually, it does have a super mode. That's not it. I think you're just mad. And then he's like, oh, wait a minute. A good and not being angry all the time is bad? What? No one told me. Literally everyone told me. God. G Gundam was a fun one. Reload, have you watched the Gundam Build Fighters and like Build Fighters Try? I'd ask everyone, but I feel like not everyone else. Or I feel like I know everyone else's answer is no, but I feel like your answer is potentially. Dude, I didn't remember how brutal some of those fights got in Build Fighters. Like nowhere near AMS or 8th MS team, but still very much to the tune of, hey, we're going to make sure that one of us leaves in full or without, or if one of us leaves, it's not all together. Had great fight choreography, actually. I think we're gonna call stream after I finish this arm, because I am just realizing how late it is and I have to make dinner. I did not. I thought about watching it, but I didn't end up watching Build Fighters. Like, I didn't end up watching Build Divers because I kind of didn't understand what it was supposed to bring differently than Build Fighters did. And I think, isn't it now supposed to be the, isn't it basically supposed to be the same thing? It's just that instead of having to actually have the physical model there, they scan their models in. And so wait, isn't it SAO? Except with giant toy robots? Oh my god, if we can add another one to that list of it's just this but Gundam. That would make my brain laugh a little hard, especially because I just accidentally into that one. Having not watched the series. It's isekai, but gunplot. Okay. And the autofocus on this is getting kind of nutty. Oh, wait. Reload. Reload. Have you gotten the horse parts in Gundam or in Gundam Breaker yet? I really wish. Oh my god, I should make Gundam I know what I need to make. I was gonna make this joke and then post it to Twitter. I was gonna build Gundam Unicorn and just replace the normal Gundam Unicorn head with the horse's head, right? And then, because I thought they only gave you the head for some reason. So now the new thought is make it Gundam Unicorn, except now replace the legs of Gundam Unicorn with the horse legs too. They should not have given us those horse parts. I don't know why they did. Why would they give us the horse but not Gundam Maxter? This is bullshit. Okay. I'm not done, but like, I am not done bitching about it because it's so dumb that it's so cool. Why did they not? Come on. Gundam Barbados Centaur. You know what? I fucks with it. That sounds like a fun one. I think you and I are just going to have essentially the same build. It's just going to be Barbados versus Unicorn. One way to let me know you're getting bored. Dude, you should have known. It's a model kit building stream. It's a chill stream.
Harry, baby.
How often are my model kit streams that bombastic? Ah, fair. Oh, I feel like I should mention this. I started a VOD channel on YouTube. I don't think, I don't know if I'm gonna have them publicly listed. Because the entire idea of it was supposed to be as a repository so that way I can go download them consistently. Because like Twitch's whole, I understand why Twitch has like a 2-week retention policy, but like, and then it just dumps it. But like, I don't like that. And this seemed like a decent way to get around that. It's a new one. I wanted to leave the existing one on its own so that way if I posted like animations or something, it would fit there without being cluttered up by a million stream ones. It's just called recoil underscore, or it's just called recoil the VODs. I have one up there right now. It's not publicly listed or anything, and it was just from whenever it was from that first Gundam Breaker stream. It's like it's a brand spanking new thing. I forgot that I needed to upload the one from yesterday up there too. But yeah, it's brand spanking new. His baby channel. But I figured it was going to end up being a smart thing to have just in general. Because, or no, maybe sometimes if I should let them be public, shouldn't I? I could accidentally get, or I could potentially accidentally into streamer following just by uploading those to YouTube. Provided the algorithm just like says, hey, one day, by the way. You know what? I will do that. I will upload the VODs later on tonight after I eat dinner from today's stream and yesterday's stream. And make them public. Because like there's no reason, there is legitimately no reason not to if that's the entire point of that channel. Like, what's the worst that could happen? He says, literally inviting the universe to do its worst. The worst that could happen is literally that, like, my stream explodes. Because, like, somehow, and then I don't know how to handle it, and then I lose it on air, and then it's like, oh my god. This guy's an asshole. And then I have to completely stop streaming, and then, yeah. That's about the worst I think I could think of by VODs. Or I say something uncouth, offhandedly, as I am wont to do. And somebody just catches that. I swear to God, model kits used to not take me this long. Is it just because I'm doing them on stream, or do you think it's just because I've decided to get more nitpicky about the quality of my model kits when they're done? Yeah, but this is... Yeah. And that's what I'm inclined to think, is that the streaming of it is what's sort of a... It's a fact. It is definitely a factor. This one. But we're literally just on hand pieces now. It's good. Just gonna go ahead and put the hands together. I don't feel like we're gonna lose out on any instructional pieces, because I recognize hands go to hand pieces. I dropped... So this is actually... I think this is technically my first P Bandai kit. And I didn't get it from P Bandai, I got it from eBay. Because the real technical first P Bandai kit I've ever had which P, if you aren't in the know, P Bandai is basically premium. And, or is the other way to think about it is Bandai knows they have a specific character by the goddamn balls. And so if you want that model kit, you have to pay out the wazoo and pre-order it, and then they only get it special. Anyway, not that I'm bitter. So, the first P Bandai kit I bought, though, was the Sword Impulse Gundam. Pretty fucking cool kit, right? I started building it while I was playing D&D. I lost the thing that goes like right here in the head. Like, not the V-fin, but like the thing that holds the V-fin on. I lost that, and I haven't found it. And I'm really annoyed about it. And that's what led to the purchase of this one on eBay to make myself feel better. The upswing of this, though, is that I sent all the information in to get a replacement part, and P Bandai finally responded to me and was like, "Hey, we'll do that. You seem like an honest kid. We'll go ahead and do that for you." I'm like, "Thank God. I just want my toy robot to be complete." Honestly, I think this isn't the first time it's happened where I've lost a part. But I think this is the first time that it's happened where I lost a part and Bandai was like, "Yeah, sure, we'll send you the new one." Spit shine. Just like that, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Grab that, and then we grab that, and then we grab this, and then we haha. Then we grab that. Do this. And I'm going to have to matte coat this just so that way it looks good. I don't dislike doing it, it's just time consuming, and I don't know if I have my like spray holder thingies that I normally would. And then like that, after all of our prep work, we have a second arm. Oh my god! And the next step is literally just put his arms in his armholes. And then put his head on his head hole, or put his head on his headpiece. And then take a step and admire the half-built football-playing robot we have. And how he's got this set of extendo glove thingies that go over his fists, so that way he can punch you extra good. Why does he have 2 sets of boxing gloves? Essentially. Yeah, so there we go. He's ready. He's ready to fight. He ain't got no legs, but it's fine. It's a really good looking kid, actually. Don't beat the shit out of you. In the old 1-2 Haktua. I'm still proud of it getting that 1 sticker in there. Holy shit. That took way more effort than I thought it would be. Anyhoozles, I am hungry, and I would like to stop streaming now. So, let's go ahead and wrap this shindig up for the night, and then I'll probably finish the rest of this build on stream some other time.
Harry baby.
Yeah. So...
Harry baby.
Yeah, 205 cats saved. That's a pretty good number. That's a pretty high number. I like that. So, how about we do some more, or we do a few more? How about 10? 10. Cat number 1. Oh, he heard that there was going to be a fight in Gundam. He's looking for a fight. Ooh, sorry, bud. That's a different club. Cat number 2. I'm not allowed to tell you about it. Fishbone! Actually, wait, I kind of like this look. It's like he's trying to protect her. Cat number 3. He's just over here chilling. Big chilling. We love that. Cat number 4.
Harry baby.
Oh, we got a Robo Cat for our good old Robo build. It's like a weird look. It's like a JRPG party right there. Hold on. Cat number 5. Ah, now the JRPG party is complete. They have their obvious protagonist. That is the 3rd bot I've had to ban today. What the shit? Bots are out in force. Cat number 6. Oh my god, it really is just becoming a JRPG party. Why? Do they not know what anime is? That would be like my only thought, is that they don't know what anime is. It wasn't made by a Japanese animation crew. Anywho, cat number 7. Ah, the JRPG party fights their first enemy. A little bobcat. Cat number... Hold on, I just realized my tablet got turned on. There we go. That's what the sound was earlier. Cat number 8. Ah, yes. They have to convince the moon goddess to fight, or they're trying to fight to free the moon goddess from this leopard. Why? That's a pretty bad mix-up. Cat number 9. Oh, but their enemies, they grow stronger and fatter off the will of the against the people of the land. And last but not least, cat number 10, will this be a hero or a foe? Neither? Yeah, no, I got nothing. I think we'll just put him over here, floating in the abyss. Like, oh, no, he's been flung from the villain's side. Ah! He needs to be caught. Anywho, that's our stream for this evening. I hope you had a good time just chilling and watching as I build a model kit. Until next time, which should be tomorrow, where I should be playing Elden Ring with Bad Times Virus. Keep being heroic and have a great rest of your night. And stick around if we figure out what we're gonna raid. Bye. Let's see. There's Carter, there's Nico, there's Orange. Let's go with Nico. She's playing some Overwatch, and they're playing as Juno. Y'all should have and Nico's a fun time to. I'm gonna make some burgers and fries. Have a good night, everyone. Bye!